Final microphone check. Final microphone check. Good morning, Rocket League and esports fans. My name is Elijah. I will be your stream master for this afternoon of Glorious Gaming. Today we have the MEC x SMC Fiber Cup number 3. This is our third year in a row going through with this. We have a great lineup for today. We have 10 teams going through for a chance at the belts, the Steam Decks, and the prize at the end. So this is going to be a little bit different for this year. We currently have a double elimination bracket today. So anybody who loses in the first rounds are not quite out, as there is a second bracket to go through in a different room. So at the end of the tournament, we will have the winner of the top bracket versus the winner of the bottom bracket, which will be fun. The current start time is around 11 o'clock. We have the first 4 teams currently getting ready in the arena at the moment. Our lineup for today is Scary Aftershock, Bossy Toasters, Celestial Comets, Goonies, Marcellus Wildcats, Ranger Rockets, Ball Chasers, Watervalete Panthers, the 3 Muchachos, and the Jennison Wildcats for today. Just a little couple of information. On the right side, you'll see the 2 images for at the moment. SMC's esports team is the Roadrunners. At the moment, SMC does offer scholarships for esports gaming as well as many other things. And MEC itself also does offer scholarships as well. As everybody in this tournament is a high school student, all of that stuff could definitely apply to this. So it's definitely something to look out for. We here at MEC, Midwest Energy and Communications, we are an electric cooperative that also provides fiber optic internet, landline phone over that fiber optic internet, as well as propane. Currently right now we have our 5 gig internet speed subscription at the moment, as well as a couple of other fantastic options. We are also recently pushing an outdoor mesh unit as well for all your outdoor Michigan needs. This tournament is going to be great. We first did this about 2 years ago with SMC when we helped fund their esports their esports arena in the building. We donated to it, helped them out with it, got our name on it, and decided we wanted to start doing some tournaments with them. So this is the 3rd year in a row we'll be doing this. This is the 2nd time for Rocket League specifically. All of these games, unlike the first year we did this, are best of 3 rounds, which means each team will have to win 2 games in order to advance to the next round, and so on and so forth for both bracket number 1 and bracket number 2. As you can see at the bottom here, we have the 2nd bracket here. So if you do lose the first round, you are not quite out. It takes 2 rounds to officially be eliminated. So anybody who goes 2-0 or 2-1 will move on in the upper. Everybody else gets a second chance in the lower. And at the very end, we'll have the winner of the upper bracket versus the winner of the lower bracket at slightly different rules. The winner of the upper bracket only needs to win 1 game, and then they are considered the winner. The losing bracket, the secondary bracket, does need to have 2 wins in a row to do it, because even 1 win for the uppers immediately ends it. So it's either 2-0 or 1-0. So the end will definitely be quite exciting so far. All right, everybody sit tight and hang on. The brackets are currently up at the moment. We have the Bossy Toasters versus the Celestial Comets, and the Water Relite Panthers versus the 3 Muchachos as the first 2 games. This time around, I will be jumping between rounds. So for the first game of the day, we will be watching the Toasters versus the Comets. Then the second game of the round will be Panthers versus Muchachos, and then the third game of the round will be whichever one had a 1-1 score at the end, or if there are 2 O's in that category, we just move on to the next wave. Stay tuned, stay ready, and we will get ready soon.
Tell me why. No. Tell me why. No. Boy, I go crazy.
All right, we have the first matches getting ready as we speak. We will have the Watervliet Panthers versus the Three Muchachos. At the moment, Celestial Comets has not shown up yet, so we are currently waiting to see if they will show up or not for it. At the moment, Bossy Toasters will be given the 2-0 win just because of a no-show, and they will be sent over to the next bracket immediately. If Celestial Comets show up later, they will be able to run through the losers bracket if they like, but if they don't show up, then that's just a straight forfeit. So hang on tight. Panthers versus Three Muchachos is coming up, and we will be watching all 3 games of that since we don't have another one to watch. Stay tuned, and I will be with you shortly when the game is up. And welcome to the first game of the MEC SMC Fiber Cup 3. We have the Panthers versus the Muchachos in a current best of 3. Ball is deep in Panthers territory at the moment, as they currently try to get it out. A little bit of rough play over there on Furry Snuggles as the ball bounces back. Nice back hit. Good save on the goal. Very good save on the goal from the Panthers. Back into Muchacho territory specifically. Teams vying for control over the ball, seeing if they can get it over there. Getting it pretty close to the Muchacho goal. Beautiful save up on the top. Nice boost to get that out of there. And sending it back over to Panther territory. We are now in the Panther territory specifically. Very, very close to the goal. Panthers attempting to save it, get it back over to the other side. It's still in the Panthers area. They got to get it out to the other side. Muchachos setting up for the counter. Some good wall running action going on. Ooh, beautiful save. Almost a disaster, but teamwork does make the dream work, as it does. For everyone watching, let me hold tab for a second here. Panthers are blue and Muchachos are orange, just so everybody's aware. Fozzie currently playing goalie. Panthers keep trying to get it into the goal. It is now back into their territory. We are about to be at the halfway mark through this game, and not a single score has been done. We've got a very, very even game here, folks. Back in onto the Muchacho side. We'll wait for it to come over. It's still hovering over on the edge. Beautiful wall ride. Getting it out of there. Oh, beautiful hit into the Panther side. Beautiful hit on goal. Oh, so close. Good shot, though. Good shot. Just hits the rim. Very close hit. Another beautiful hit over into the Muchacho side, right in front. Vying to hit it. Still floating around in front of the goal. Everybody, it just seems to float. Not everybody gets it in. Muchachos still trying to get it out of their side. Panthers still trying to get it in. Beautiful saves. The defense from both of these teams are very, very strong at the moment. There's a lot of defense in this game. There has been a little bit of offense, but not quite to the level I've seen. Beautiful hit onto the Panther side, trying to fly with it, a little too low. Bounces back out. Another beautiful hit toward the goal. Beautiful save afterwards. Panthers still trying to get it back over to the other side. Bryson currently moving over. Beautiful on hit. Beautiful hit. Beautiful, Bryson. Beautiful. That was a beautiful goal for Panthers. He follows the ball all the way over and is able to stop himself and bounce it back in, even with Fozzie trying to deny that goal. Currently, right now, in this game, we are 1-0 in favor of Panthers. We have 1:19 left. Beautiful on hit to the goal. Beautiful shot by Bryson. I know who we need to be watching for the Panthers on this side. Muchacho's able to get it back over. Beautiful goal by BC. Beautiful goal. Muchachos score it right back. Beautiful hit into the goal by BCD. Beautiful hit. And we've gone from being at almost 1 minute with no score to 1 minute and 2. We keep going around again. Ryan grabbing stuff specifically. Looking to see what they can do. It is in the Muchacho side. And it goes right in by Sith Lord. With combination from the other side. Seems a double bounce dropped it into the goal specifically.
Hey. Far enough.
It's going through again. Here comes Sith Lord back at it. They want to keep... The Panthers want to keep it on the other side. They are currently up the point at the moment. If they just hold, they win the first round. Muchachos trying to get a second goal on the Panthers. 30 seconds left remaining. Trying desperately to get it over to the other side. As much as they can. We're keeping it going through. Ball right in the middle. And beautiful on goal. Panthers score another one from Fury Snuggles. Let's take a look. Beautiful side hit right over to the goal. Completely undefended. There were two people on it, but not quite close enough to hit that. And it is currently 3-1 in favor of Panthers. Panthers just need to hold on tight. Muchachos have to give them a 2 to go to overtime, or they will be on match point after this. Doing what they can. And remember, the timer doesn't stop if the ball's in the air. Ball's still in the air. It is still in the air, and there it is. Panthers win the first game. They are currently 1-0. They are now going to ready up for the next game. And here we go. On to the next. Beautiful hits going around. On the Muchacho side at the moment, slowly moving over to the Panthers. We are currently deep in Panther territory at the moment. Muchacho is trying to get an early score on it, trying to shore up that score, trying to make this a 1-1 game. Another beautiful attempt to hit it, but it's going back over. Muchachos in a great position again, send it right back over to the other side. Panthers are currently on it at the moment. We got some great flying from Bryson. Muchachos trying to get it out of there. All the Panthers trying to get it over. That was a beautiful on-shot goal right there. Send it over again. But Panthers stop it right again. Beautiful on-shot. Almost bounces in. They're there for the return, but there is a block. Another bounce over. Still trying to get it through. We're bouncing again. Remember, Panthers are 1-0. So Muchachos is on. Panthers are on game point. Muchachos has to win this round so that we can make it a 1-1 game and they get a second one. Currently on the Muchacho side still trying to get it out of there. Panthers desperately trying to get it back. Still trying to hit on goal. Muchachos got it into Panther territory. All three Panthers are on it, trying to get it out of there. Hopefully they have someone on goal. Looks like we got Muchachos still guarding the goal, trying to keep that safe. They just need one goal and to stall. Beautiful shot, just a little bit to the right. Beautiful shot on goal, but it's completely saved by Bryson. Bryson's up on the ball now, being aggressive. We got two people in the goal, and it's a beautiful shot. Bryson, other side of the arena. Beautiful wall ride, sends it right over into the corner, and it's just not expected from the side of the Muchachos. Goes right in. It's a beautiful skin on the car. That Galaxy skin's pretty cool. And we go again. Panthers are now up 1-0. And another goal. And this time it's Fozzie who gets it right in there with the assist. They were able to bounce it. Ooh, the nice layup to get that directly into the goal. The Panthers want to win this game, and the Muchachos are not going to let them. They want a game 3. Moving over. Back on Muchacho side. Beautiful shot on goal. Oh, still a good save, but not quite enough. It's still over on their side. Muchachos got to get it out of there. Panthers still trying to get it in. It's floating. It's been floating in front of the goal for too long. Beautifully send it back over to Panther side. Panthers have to come defend now. Muchachos are trying to go on the offensive. Shouldn't go too hard. They do seem to be setting people up by the goal pretty regularly. Muchachos does know that they do need to save the goals as much as possible. They're probably okay with a 1-1 score that at least does get them into overtime. And overtime means they're still not out yet. They just got to get a goal. They probably would feel better if they could secure that next goal, make it 2-1 in favor of them, get them to game 3. Panthers are still fighting hard for it. Currently ball in Panther territory. Moves back over to Muchacho. Try to get it out of there. Panthers keep it there. Beautiful back hit, but Fury kind of sends it the wrong direction. Sending it back over. Beautiful hit on goal. Beautiful goal. Beautiful goal. Beautiful goal by Fozzie. Sends it right into the Panther goal. Muchachos are now 2-1 in this game, trying to get us to a game 3 at the moment. If they can, all they have to do now is defend. If they can just keep this one extra goal above the Panthers, they will solidify a game 3 to not make it crazy. Bryson tries to get it on there. Fonzie stops it. Fonzie's going for another one. They're not satisfied with just 2. They want to make it 3. Muchacho's defense does look pretty strong. Nice shot on goal. Not enough follow-up. Beautiful follow-up, and then an immediate save by Ryan. They're definitely on top of the goal. At least one on Muchacho being aggressive, trying to keep up the pressure. Panthers trying to get that out of their own place. 1 minute remaining in the game. Muchachos currently have us solidify at the moment. Muchachos just have to hold on for another 45 seconds. If they can stop a goal from being made, we go to game 3. Panthers desperately trying to get that extra goal, at least get them to think, and oh no! It gets bounced into the goal! I don't think that's what they want. Bryson hits it off the wall. A beautiful hit by Muchachos. That is not what they wanted. The attempt to get it out of his side, they were in the perfect layup to hit it over, and Panthers just wasn't in a position to get that over there. We are 30 seconds left, and the Muchachos have officially gotten us 3-1. If the Panthers can pull out a miracle here, they might be able to shut Muchachos into the secondary bracket. Panthers desperately trying to get it over there. Muchachos just need to save this lead for 12 more seconds. It is all about defense now. Doing what they can to just delay the ball. And look at Ryan still being the aggressor, still trying to get one more in. They could play it safe, but they want another goal. Still hasn't touched the ground yet. Walls are not the ground. Still hasn't touched it, and there it is. Round of applause for the 3 Muchachos. We are currently 1-1 in this round. Round of applause for Fozzie for being the MVP of that. And right now we go to game number 3. In the first round of our brackets, we are getting a game 3. This 5 minutes right here determines which one of these 2 teams is going to move on to the upper bracket and which team is going to drop into the lower bracket. Both teams desperately fighting for the ball. Ball drops into Panther territory. Muchachos getting some good on-hit goals, but there's not enough follow-up. Panthers attempting to get it back out of there. They got to get it into the Muchacho side. Everybody else backs up. Beautiful juggling, but a nice save. Like I said, Muchachos do have a great defense on their side at the moment. Panthers trying to keep it over there, doing what they can. Got some long, high balls going on right now. Beautiful on goal. They are still there to defend it, but that was a beautiful setup from the Muchachos team. Another hit, trying to bring it back around. Another hit. think so far we've only seen one demolition as well. Very interesting. Almost, Ryan. Very, very nice attempt to hit that. It's still in the Muchacho side. Panthers still trying to get it, trying to keep it over there. It is currently above the Muchacho goal, juggling in the air as much as possible, but there's not enough setup. Muchachos trying to get it back out. But a beautiful turnaround from Panthers and a beautiful return from Muchachos. They are trying to keep it out of there. Both teams desperately fighting for that first point. Beautiful hit, jumping around. It is currently in the Panther side. Muchachos, beautiful, beautiful job from Muchachos. BC is beautifully on there, and Panthers are not in a position to stop it after attempting to hit it the first time. That was a beautiful setup from the Muchachos side specifically. Muchachos currently are 1-up on this point game, match game for either side, and right now they are in the leading position. Panthers now have the pressure to score, to at least make it a tied game at the moment. And right now the Muchachos are going to go for more. The goal's completely unprotected, and Fonzie gets another one in there. Just snakes through the middle. No Panthers around at all. Goes right in the goal. Panthers trying to secure a very, very good start to the first half of this game. Split right down the middle. Ball more on the Panther side. Ryan jumping up to get it. Doing his best to try to get it. It is currently in Muchacho's side. Oh, beautiful on-goal shot, but not quite. Muchachos trying to get it back over to the other side. Panthers desperately need to get a point. They need 2 points to tie it up, 3 points to take it away from them. Still over in Muchacho's side. Beautiful demolition. Get somebody out of there for the time being. Trying to save their goal. Muchachos getting it out of there. Over to the Panther side. Beautiful hit back. Panthers trying to keep it as much as possible in the Muchacho goal post. Beautiful on hit. But of course, that Muchacho defense is absurd. They know they're 2-up. They do not want to let a goal through. The better pad they have, the better they're going to feel attempting to go for risky plays. Juggling on the wall, trying to keep it away. That is a setup and a half, but nobody from Panthers is there to take it over. Everybody trying to run it over, and it just bounces into Panthers' goal. Clear from the other side. Just a light tap bounces it over, and it seems like nobody on Panther was in a position to actively stop that. Muchachos have officially situated this as a 3-0 game at the moment. Beautiful on-goal hit, but the Muchacho defense is great. It is still set up for Panthers. It is still on goal. They can still get it. Shot just to the left. Muchachos trying to hold this. Panthers definitely do have enough time. I have definitely seen games where in a minute and 22 seconds, you can get 3 goals. It is entirely possible. Muchachos still aggressive as ever. They do have a very solid defense when it comes to it. They realize when the ball shifts and they all move into position. Not everybody has to be in the other thing. And Fonzie gets another one. That's a 4th goal for Muchachos. And it's right in front of the goal. Everybody on the Panther side is too focused on the ball and less worried about the setup on the goal. Muchachos looking incredibly strong in these first couple of games. They might have lost game 1, but they're winning game 2, and they might just win game 3. Now remember, whoever loses this is down but not out. They still have chance for redemption in the lower bracket, so is it entirely possible that they could come back at the end if they can make it through the lower bracket as well. But Muchachos want to at least secure themselves for the second part of the bracket in the upper. Ball bouncing back and forth. Muchachos are in a fantastic position. They don't really need to do that much. As long as they keep it away from the front of the goal for 20 seconds, They will officially take the first round. Another score! Muchachos is not satisfied with just having it 4-0. They gotta make it 5. With a score this high, they don't really need to be on full defense either. They can focus more on as many attacks as possible, as a goal in the other direction doesn't give the other team that much ground. And it looks like Muchachos are the winners of Bracket 1. Beautiful job from both teams. Panthers and Muchachos both played incredibly there. Absolutely fantastic job from them all. That is a 2-1 score in favor of Muchachos, and they will move on to the next part of the bracket to face the Jenison Wildcats. Muchachos will move on. It looks like the Celestial Comets have not shown up yet, which means they will go into the lower bracket. It looks like we do have the next team, the next group ready to go, and we will be made aware of that shortly. So everybody hang tight for a second, and we'll be on with more Rocket League in this tournament. The fact that we've gotten a full 3 games out of the first one means this is boding very well to be a very full and competitive tournament of Rocket League. Currently, right now, the Comets and the Panthers are currently down in the lower bracket, and the Bossy Toasters and the 3 Muchachos will move on. So, the current state as we have now, we have Aftershock versus Toasters, we have Goonies versus Marcellus Wildcats, the Rockets versus the Chasers, and Muchachos versus the Jenison Wildcats. We will get the next game to you shortly. Stay tuned. It looks like this first game we're going to have is going to be the Goonies versus the Marcellus Wildcats. And then we'll jump over to the Rockets and the Ball Chasers as they are currently getting ready. So as long as everything goes the way I think it will, we'll watch the first game of Goonies, and then we'll jump over to the first game of Rockets. And then if there's a third game of the Goonies and Wildcats, we will jump back to that. I will keep you posted.
I'm not made for this. I'm not made for this. Trying to make sense of it. I'm not made for this. Trying to make sense of it. All I've ever known is trying to make sense of it.
Our first match will be Marcellus versus Goonies. At the moment, they are currently working on a little technical difficulty at the moment to get one of the players into the game. But once that is resolved and that fixes it, we will be moving on to that game as well. Hang tight. For those of you watching, the next game will in fact be the Goonies versus the Marcellus Wildcats. I am going to hover my mouse over this right here just to highlight that this should be the next game. They are currently working on some technical difficulties at the moment, so we will be right back.
Tell me why. No more. Tell me why. No more. Tell me why. No more. Ooh, I go crazy. Tell me why. No more. Tell me why. No more. Tell me why. No more. Ooh, I go crazy. You can't control me. You can't control me. We're burning. I go crazy. Open your eyes. No more. Tell me why. No more. Tell me why. No more. Tell me why. No more. You can't control me. Tell me why. No more. Tell me why. No more. Tell me why. No more. Ooh, I go crazy. I go crazy. You can't control me. You can't control me. We're burning. How do we close this door? How do you switch up your mindset? Rain doesn't care if today you planned a picnic. But I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Yeah, I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Who knew that we had the power to be whatever?
Currently, right now, the
Hey, we're gonna
Ranger
start
Rockets
with
and the
my
Ball
solo
Chasers are currently getting ready at the moment.
Yeah, I stopped thinking about what they think
And here we go. We have Marcellus versus Goonies, and we're already off to a hot start. Marcellus is yellow and Goonies is blue. Now, and it looks like the Goonies has officially scored the first goal. And it also looks like we will be jumping to another game after this, but let us engross ourselves in Marcellus versus Goonies. Looks like Goonies is already off to a very, very hot start so far. And there's another one. The Goonies are currently 3-0 in this very first game we're playing. Marcellus getting it over into their territory. There's definitely ways to do all this. Oh, beautiful on hit. Going over, brings it right back, sends it right back over again. A lot of destructions this game. Like to see it. Like to see the demolitions come through. Going over there. Beautifully shot all the way over to the other side. Moving over. They're sending it back. It is currently on the Goonie side. They're trying to get it over there. Marcellus doing what they can to try to keep it over. Destruction on the yellow side. And it's right back over to the Goonie side as they continue to push it down. They are desperately trying to keep it out of their area and get it into the other side. Marcellus are actively looking for a point, but there it is. Goonies with another beautiful score. The team is firing on all cylinders today. It is all the way in. We are about halfway through, and the score is 4-0 as Goonies push through this. It's on the side of Marcellus. They're trying to push it back over. Some beautiful gliding. Trying to keep it over on the blue side, doing as much as possible. Marcellus need to get some points in this if they want to stay at least in this first game and not let them hit match point first. Right back over to the Goonie side, moving through on it. Beautiful save, right back at them, and they return the favor. Goonies just seem to have so much better recovery from their plays than Marcellus seems to at the moment. Every time Goonies is there to hit it, Marcellus does hit it back, but Goonies recovers so much quicker. Beautiful save. Marcellus fighting pretty good right now, keeping it on this side. Goonies defending the goal. Doesn't seem to be a lot of follow-up. Some decent flight. Goes way over with a setup, but they miss. This might be Marcellus' chance. They might be able to get it onto the other side. They're pushing through on it. They're on the other side. Goonies are quickly trying to reverse this. Beautiful roll right to get it lined up. Goonies are there to stop it. Send it right back over. Good middle ball. They still have it over there. Still in Marcelos' territory. They're attempting to get it out. Goonies' goal is open, but there he comes out of nowhere. It's kickstand with a save, keeping it out of the goal. Of this game so far, Goonies are definitely going to be a team to watch in this tournament, that's for sure. Keeping it over into Goonies' territory, trying to get an extra point, trying to get something on the board at least for this. Seconds left on the clock. They're still pushing it through. Another demolition, this time on the side for Marcellus, but they get the goal. A nice setup all the way around. Sends it right up the top, but gets destroyed for it. Oh. But Rem misses the save on the goal. It is currently 5-0 in favor of Goonies. And just look at that score line. At least every person on their team has scored at least once into the goal. Trying to get another one. Marcellus just doesn't want to let him get that far ahead. And there it is. Winners, Goonies, for that first round. Now, I do believe the Rockets and the Ball Chasers are currently doing something as well. So let's go ahead and go take a look and see how their Game 2 looks. Alright, we're only a few seconds into this game. I believe they started at about the same time, so I believe this is the second game for the Rocketeers versus the Ball Chasers. And as you can see, Rockets are blue, Chasers are orange. I believe this is the second game, if I am correct. I will confirm that after this game. Beautiful play back and forth. Beautiful save. Beautiful save from that side. Nice shot on goal, and there it is. Chasers with the first goal. All the way from the other side of the arena is there. Chasers are up 1 point on the orange side, running through. Rockets have scored another goal specifically, so it is currently 1-1 at the moment. And they are actively bouncing back and forth. Good ball control from both teams so far. Nice back and forth shots on the goals. Keeping it out of the blue territory, going into orange, right back to blue. They're desperately trying to get another one. They're desperately trying to get it over. Sending it right back over to the other side. Still 1-1. Beautiful on hit. Beautiful save. Beautiful on hit again, but they still save it. The defense from Rockets is currently fantastic at the moment. That was some incredible multi-on-goal shots that were saved right at the finish line. It's currently open, but they come in right at the last second. One tap sends it away. It's still in blue territory. Sent over to orange. Currently getting it up. Ball is highly in the air. We are currently completely even. It will go into overtime if nobody scores this within the next 20 seconds. Destruction, try to save up some room. Beautiful flight control from LC. Can anybody get a point in the next 8 seconds? Let's see, another destruction. They got to keep it off the ground, or it ends. That doesn't count as the ground. It comes around the corner. It touched the ground. We're in overtime. We have officially reached overtime for these two teams. The next team to make a goal wins this round. I did confirm that this is the second game they have played, though I have not confirmed who won the first. It's very tense right now for both teams. Both Rockets and Chasers just need 1 point to get this in there. The first team to score a goal. And there it is! And there it is! Rockets beautifully sink that from the side with a 1-2 combo right on the goal.
Going to need a tune-up after that.
Beautiful, beautiful attempt from that. And it looks like we are going to Game 3 for them as well. That was the second game. If we are going to Game 3, that would let me know that they are officially currently 1-1 in terms of round. So the next person to win moves on in the upper bracket, and the other team moves to the lower. Both teams are off again. They are currently 1-1. With Rockets winning in overtime in that last match, it is important as ever to try to secure game point.
What a play!
We are game point for both teams at the moment. Got some great on goals and great saves so far. No goals yet. Bouncing it back over to the orange side. Some nice juggling. Beautiful flight control. Flight control, as always. Ball moving over to the goal. Saved at the moment. No setup. Another beautiful flight control to get it over there. Another beautiful save back. And there's a destruction. Going through. I have confirmed for those who are listening that Goonies did win the second match. So Goonies were 2-0 and will move on, and we'll update the bracket after this specifically. Each team both trying to score a point. Both teams seem incredibly well matched at the moment. Everybody's going back and forth. Beautiful save! More flight to try to get it in, and it sails right over. Rockets get another goal. And they officially put themselves on the board for game point. Both teams fighting hard. Both teams want to be in the upper bracket. Beautiful on goal. It almost looked like it was going to clip. Let's see this. Beautiful flying tap right into the corner. TT not close enough to stop the goal, but not for lack of trying. Rockets are officially trying to cinch this game and push themselves forward in the bracket. There's the jump. Currently following it through. Trying to keep it over there. Sent all the way over to Rocket's side. And there it is! It was bounced right off. Let's take a closer look at that. The ball bounces off the back wall from TT. Beautiful control, and oh, it gets assisted by the... was in the wrong place at the wrong time for that bouncing. Beautiful point. Beautiful point for Chasers. We are currently 2-1 at the moment, running through this specifically. Jumping up. Beautiful save off goal. Chasers need the second point. We're pushing it through as hard as possible. Beautiful on save. Beautiful on goal. Another save. They're fighting over control of the ball. It's on goal, but there is no follow-up for it. Sending it back over. Tapping the boost ever so lightly. Keeping that speed up. It is on goal, but another save from the wall. Another attempted on goal. Almost a good enough secondary follow-up, but not quite enough. It's inside. It's been on the Chaser side for quite a bit of time. They need to get it to the Rocket side. They need this extra point. Oh, two of them were ready to stop it. Beautiful save. Beautiful control. Nice juggling. Trying to get it in. They're doing a great job of keeping it on this side. We have seen cross-map scores, so anything's possible. Multiple demolitions happening. Try to even the playing field for the moment. Reset some boosts on people. Chasers need to get this next goal. They need to get back over to the blue side. Ooh, that was close. It's on goal. Not quite enough. Still very close. Rockets showing why they are indeed 2 points up at the 1 point up at the moment. Keeping it over in this side. Trying blue, trying desperately to get it back over. Orange trying desperately to get it back over. Beautiful on goal. Not quite enough. Just barely on. Was almost a goal. That was probably what they needed. The save was too close. They were right there. They got to get it on the other side. They got to get it to the blue side. They got to get this goal scored. As this is match point, they need something. Sent right back over to the orange side. Beautiful setup. Is there any follow-up? There is, but it's a little too high. The 3-tap? No! Barely saved and barely put in. Let's take a closer look. It is sent to the top by ICEL. Sent in by ICEL. Gets bounced off the ground and sent in again. Rockets up 3-1 at the moment. That is a 2-point lead. Chasers need to get some points on the board. Beautiful on goal, but not quite enough. Rockets sending it right back over to the orange side. They're not making this easy for them. They want to secure their spot in the top bracket again. Beautiful fly-in to try to keep some control over it toward the goal. Desperately trying to get it back over to their side. Beautiful shot over to their side. Another save. I don't think they're going to be able to make this out of there. I don't think they're going to be able to make it, and there it is. Rockets officially take the round. Beautiful sights from both places. Amazing plays from both teams. I liked what I saw in both. Goonies were 2-0 versus the Marcellus Wildcats, so they will move on. And as for the Rangers versus Ball Chasers, that is a 2-1 victory for the Rockets, and they will move on to the next bracket as well. Currently at the moment, we are looking at Scary Aftershock and Bossy Toasters versus 3, and then we have 3 Muchachos and Jennison Wildcats coming up. Some beautiful games so far, some very nice back and forth. The game is progressing quite nicely so far. If we take a look at the lower bracket, after the Aftershock and Toasters battle it out, and Muchachos and Wildcats battle it out, we'll be able to do our first lower bracket. Now, the lower bracket will not be shown on stream for the game specifically, but I will keep this up to date for everybody, just so we can see how the bottom progresses as well. So if one of the teams you're rooting for up top moves to the bottom, you'll still know where they stand throughout it. But those are all going to be done separately to get us our double elimination. Otherwise, hang tight. We'll be up. We got 2 more games going on in this next row, and then we'll be on. Stay tuned.
By the shore, I'm holding on, diving into my emotion. Hear me cry, tears are falling from the sky. Don't give in. Sometime we'll get up and fly. And the waves come crashing down. Stand up, don't fall and drown. There's nothing that I want more but for you to catch me by the shore. By the shore, I'm holding on, diving into my emotion. Hear me cry, tears are falling from the sky. Don't give in. Sometime we'll get up and fly. When the waves come crashing down, stand up, don't fall and drown. There's nothing that I want more but for you to catch me by the shore.
It looks like Aftershock and Bossy Toasters are are currently being loaded into the arena, and 3 Muchachos and Jennison Wildcats are currently on their way for that as well. So we will be jumping back and forth. With the brackets, we are almost in the semis. We have 2 more for the quarters, and that will give us our start for the lower and our semis for the upper. So We're just waiting for the teams to get loaded in, and we'll be right back.
Times I tried to try
All right, ladies. All right, everybody. We are about to start the game, and here we go. This is Jennison Wildcats versus Muchachos, and Jennison is orange specifically, so keep that in mind. Some good control at the moment. Nice little, beautiful hit. Jennison with a fantastic start off on it, getting a beautiful on hit. Beautiful on hit. Muchachos trying to keep the ball over in the area. Currently going over. Jennison bringing it back over to the other side. Multiple hits. All the way back over. It's on goal. Can they stop it? Beautiful save. Beautiful save. As they bring it back over to this specific side, they're going to keep moving. So over in Jennison's side, they got to get it back over. Beautiful on hit. Beautiful score from the other side. And that's the Jennison with another beautiful serve from across the map. Just right in there. Muchachos were on the ball, but not quite close enough to hit it. As it is now 2-0 in favor of Jennison. Jennison keeping it over on the other side. Muchachos need to get some points in. It was on goal. And a destruction, but they still saved it. Beautiful, beautiful. Muchachos bringing it back over. It's only match one. This will give us a good idea of how both teams perform in what they're doing at the moment. Beautiful hit. Spin it over. And a save again. Not quite in. Another save. It's just bouncing back and forth right now. It's currently on the Muchacho side, which is exactly where Jennison wants it. Jennison kicking it back over. And he's on goal. The destruction, but he backs out the last second. There it is. Jennison with another score. Almost fakes it out. Like, oh, I'm going to hit it, oh, I'm not, and then somebody else comes in to hit it directly into the goal. Would you look at that? Jennison putting it back over on the Muchacho side again, keeping it on goal. Beautiful save from inside the goal. Sends it right back over. It's on the top. Is there any follow-up? There is not. It gets destroyed. Sending it back over. Still on the Muchacho side. They really got to get it over. It's in front of it. There's no follow-up. There's the follow-up coming in from left field. Just a beautiful hit to the other side. Beautifully done. Team Jennison, 4-0 at the moment. Trying to secure this first game in. Still got half the timer left. Muchachos can absolutely pull this back if they can get it on. But Jennison just refused to let it be on any side but Muchachos. Another on-goal, beautiful on hit. Another beautiful, the follow-up from this team is incredible. Just one after another after another. Just an alley-oop and a slam every time. Muchachos just can't seem to keep it off their side. They're doing their hardest, but they just can't seem to get it over to the Jennison side. It's always on their side. It's always in front of their goal. There's always follow-up. I'm gonna be honest with you, BCFD, I would jump for that. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I'm casting and you're playing. Because it hit the rim. Which I'm sure was 100% calculated. Alright, it looks like Aftershock and Toasters have also started their first game. So after this, we will jump over to see the end of that and their second game. And I will keep you updated on if Jennison is able to get that 2-0 like the Goonies did. Jennison, 5-0. I think this might be the deepest it's been on their side. Muchachos really trying hard to get in there. Beautiful juggle, but he stops it right there. Gets it again. Jumps through. There it goes. It's still on their side. It's exactly what Muchachos don't want it to be. Beautiful send over. Beautiful, beautiful fly. They're keeping it airborne, doing as much as possible. It seems that Jennison may have learned that their in-flight control might be a little bit cleaner. So they're just going to try to keep it airborne as much as possible. But I think that 5-0 might keep them on it. $30 seconds to score a minimum of 5 points might be tough. And it's over on the Jennison side. It's nice and deep on the Jennison side. They've got it there. They're getting it away immediately. Look at that juggle. Oh. You love to see it. You love to see a good juggle. They're trying their best, but I think they're going to have to go to game 2 to see if they can at least make it a 1-1. But that is Jennison with the first point. Just a beautiful game to watch there. All right. We are now going to go over and watch the current game going on for Aftershock and Toaster. And then we're also going to watch their second game. So let's see what we've got. It is currently 5-0 on the side for Aftershock. It's looking like a cut and copy paste of the previous game we just came from, but there's way more time in the round. Aftershock seems to be pushing the Toasters around. Aftershock pushing it over. Another bounce. Toasters got to get it out of their area. Jumps over. They're down, but not out at the moment. They're pushing it back as much as they can. Aftershock trying to get more points. Trying to score more. Beautiful on goal. Incredible alley-oop. Look at the setup. Bounces off the wall to set it up correctly, and then just alley-oops it right into the corner. Toasters weren't even prepared. go again. It's on, but a beautiful save, but it still gets dropped in. Aftershock with another goal. That is 7-2-0. It was a beautiful attempt at a save. Just wasn't enough power to stop the back thing for it. Bossy Toasters are not giving up. They are still fighting for this, and they still have another game after this. There's the beautiful bounce. Perfect setup. It's still on their side, but they're trying to get it away. Another alley-oop for a perfect setup. What an angle! Wow. Scary Aftershock, it's first seed for a reason, folks. Let's look at that beautiful, beautiful calculation at that angle. Just actively taps it in at that angle. It's entirely possible that you could have messed that up. What? What just happened? Aftershock just split both ways and played goalie for a second. Muchachos, got to get it out of there. Look at the control of that ball. It's on again. They save it. But Aftershock puts it right back in place. The amount of moves that they're making, it's starting to make me sick. And there's another one. Looks like Cash is constantly putting stuff into that goal. We are 9-0 in the first game, and it doesn't look like Toasters is giving up. I gotta tell you, these semifinals are gonna be some spicy games for sure. We've seen Goonies, we've seen Jennison, now we've seen Aftershock. These are gonna be some incredible games going forward. I'm hoping the Toasters can pull something out in the second game after this, as we are currently at 10-0 in the first game. Aftershock not letting up, goal after goal, refusing to let Toasters take even a centimeter. They don't want to see a single point scored. Toasters, and the Toasters do it! They get it in! They slip a goal right through the defenses. A beautiful setup. He was a little too fast. Couldn't get in front of the ball to stop it. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful to see. I'd love to see you keep fighting, you keep doing it, and you keep hitting it. You let him make a mistake. You let him back him into a corner. Don't just give it to him for free. There are 5 seconds left. I don't think they can get out of the first game, but they will definitely, hopefully, be able to do something in the second. And there it is. Scary Aftershock will take the first game. I would like to reconnect. Thank you. We are going to go into game 2. The other game is about to be over, so we're going to stick with this for the moment. Aftershock starting off with a very aggressive first play, and they score within the first 5 seconds of the game. They do not want to give the Toasters even a moment to breathe. Aftershock immediately over in there in the enemy team's area again. Getting some good hits, some good setup. Some beautiful teamwork and play back and forth. Beautiful save. Very nicely done. They're getting it over there. Can they get it in the goal? It gets sent right back. Enrique's trying his best, but it goes right in. And that is goal-to-goal hit. Is able to save it from their own goal, and Aftershock puts it in the opponent's. They're still going through. And they're doing what they can. They're keeping it off the goal as much as possible. They still don't need it in their area. Gotta get it out. At the moment, the score goal is more of a hole than a trench at the moment. But they get another one in. They just keep digging it deeper. Cash with a beautiful 1-2 combo. .3-0 for Aftershock. Toasters can still come back with this. They're getting it over to their side. There is a possibility they can do this. It's on goal. Is the setup there? The setup is there, and it's in! Toasters get us goal back! It looks like they found some of their mojo. They're able to sneak it right past as he just falls a little bit too short in speed to get that in there. And they're right through. I can confirm that Jennison did win that round 2-0, so they will be moving on as well. But let's see if we're currently in game point. Let's see if Aftershock's moving on or if Toasters are going to give us a game 3. Some good juggling. They're getting it back to the other side. Cash has to turn around, but he's right there. Some more flying. Is really, oh, beautiful save. Toasters are not going out without a fight. They're pushing it through. The Toasters will not be out, neither Aftershock. Whoever loses this round will not be out, as they will go into the lower. So there will be at least one more chance after this. Balancing pretty well. Aftershock's got to get it out of their base. Toasters push it right back. Try to get it out again. Beautiful teamwork and juggling. They're doing their best to get it over. Beautiful send back. It's in there. And it was on goal for a brief moment. Oh, beautiful setup. That was incredible. The Toasters will not go quietly. Just because you unplug it doesn't mean the heat goes down. Toasters might be able to give us a game 3. They're starting off strong with it in the enemy base. Toasters have to get it back over. Aftershock is wondering what's going on at the moment. They're trying to score another point. They're doing what they can to get it on goal. Toasters playing incredibly defensive whenever the ball's in their side. Probably a great idea. Aftershock is, in fact, very, very aggressive when it comes to their plays specifically. It's in Aftershock's territory again. Oh, beautiful flight into interrupt that. Can't quite catch it the second time, gets sent over. Toasters do have people in defense. Get sent over. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good. Got a floater. Hits it. Good save. Not enough follow from Aftershock to get it. It's in Aftershock's side. We're a minute and 27 left. It's only 3-2. Toasters have absolutely locked in at this point. They refuse to let that happen a second time. But it's in. Not enough of Toasters are on the goal, and Cash is able to set it up for them to be able to slip it in past. Nobody was on goal. It is now 4-2 with a minute and 10 left. Aftershock, recognizing that Toasters are coming together. They've got to clinch this up. It's on. Cash is on goal. The multi-layup. Let's watch that again. I think all three of them were in a position to get that in. Cash was ready for a bounce back and was the one that knocked it in. Kiz was there next to it. And Metrops was right there after him. It is 5-2. Aftershock trying to show them they have not lost their momentum, that those two goals were just a fluke. Toasters need to deny more goals. Need to get themselves a couple. Beautiful block. Nice read. Some great flight to keep it back going the right direction. A beautiful setup. But there is the defense there. Things are flying around like crazy. Toasters have to break Aftershock out of this back and forth hitting. They constantly hit it toward the goal. It gets knocked back and there's someone ready. Cash brings it back in. There's another one. 6-2. We are officially in game match. If Aftershock wins this, they will push it all the way through and keep going. Can Toasters give us a game 3? Incredible setup from Aftershock to try to get it in front. Toasters doing what they can to get it out of the way. Beautiful setup, and it goes right in. Just beautiful setup all around. Nobody being in there to let them through. And they're at it again. Aftershock already on the attack. It's already in the blue side. They're already pushing it forward. Not much they can do to keep going. Pushing it even more. It's in their side, but the timer is not on their side. Can they get another goal before it happens? Or it touches the ground. And that scary Aftershock with a 2-0. And there we have it. There is our quarterfinals done, with Scary Aftershock 2-0ing Bossy Toasters, and Jennison Wildcats 2-0ing the Muchachos. Our lower bracket so far is going to have Muchachos and Celestial Comets, but from what I understand, I don't believe Celestial Comets are here, which means that will be a bye for the three Muchachos to keep moving on. Otherwise, it will then be Bossy Toasters versus Panthers, and I will update you as I get the information on those games specifically. At the moment, we've got a pretty stacked semifinal at the moment. We have Aftershock versus Goonies after an incredible win in both games, and Rockets versus Wild Jennison, which will be an insane game as well. So we are getting those games ready to go, changing out people in the arena. We will be right back with you when we're ready. Stay tuned. It's going to be a great semi. All right, we have a current update at the moment. It looks like the Ranger Rockets and the Jenison Wildcats will be the next game going through. That will be our next game to push us through even farther. So that will be what we are doing next specifically for this. I will update you as the losers, as the secondary bracket gets updated specifically. I will update based on what goes on. Remember, it's 2 losses and you're out specifically. And then the final, not this final, but the next final will be what decides what happens. Well, no, not this final. Not this final, but this final. That's what it is. Because the winner of that under bracket will be able to determine what happens. But at the moment, these will go head to head, and then we'll have 2 more. So stay tuned. We have a lot more coming up. Semifinals will be going on, and we'll have Ranger versus Jenison momentarily.
Take me away. No more. Take me away. No more. Take me away. Boy, I go crazy. Take me away.
control me. We're burning.
How do we close this door? How do you switch up your mindset? Rain doesn't care if today you planned a picnic. But I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Yeah, I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Who knew that we had the power to be whatever we wanted? Light up, just light up, illuminate nature. So light up, just light up, throw your fears away. 'Cause I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Yeah, I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Who knew that we had the power to be whatever we So how do we close this door? And how do you switch up your mindset when rain doesn't care if today you planned a picnic? But I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Yeah, I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Who knew that we had the power to be whatever we wanted? Light up, just light up, illuminate nature. the shore, I'm holding on, diving into my motion. Hear me cry, tears are falling from the sky. Don't give in. Sometime we'll get up and fly. The waves come crashing down. Stand up, don't fall and drown. There's nothing that I want more but for you to catch me by the shore. By the shore, I'm holding on, diving
Currently 3-0 at the moment, Jennison leading that 3. I have also confirmed that the other game, Aftershock versus Goonies, has also started. So after this game, we will jump into their second game as well. And we watch Jennison score another goal again. That is 4-0 Jennison versus Rockets. Jennison showing us what they were doing in the first game was not a fluke. It's on goal this time, but it's in the side of Jennison. Jennison attempting to get it out of there. Rocket would like to get a point for this, to at least not make the first game so decided. Whoever wins this does go to game point, which is not really somewhere you want to be this far in the bracket. Good on point. Beautifully lands through. Insane combo. Again, just jumping it right into the goal. Beautifully done. Jennison make it 5-0. Jennison is not going to play around. Very aggressive play style, much like Aftershock. If we get a game of both of them, it's going to be a wild one to watch. Rocket trying to hold on as they continue to push stuff through, doing what they can to get stuff through. Haven't scored any points yet, but they're working on it. Jennison trying to get it right back over to their side again. It just doesn't leave their side. Jennison refuses to let the ball stay for a second on the orange half of the field. Just a constant assault of on goal, on goal, on goal with alley-oops. Rocket has got to find an opening to get it over there. Good control in the air from Rocket. Missed by Jennison. Still trying to keep it away from them. Beautiful hit. Gets knocked up. Trying to alley-oop it in. Not quite at the right angle to get it there. And starting to head over. Doing what they can to get it down. Beautiful control. Destruction by Rocket. Keeping it off the goal. Doing what they can. They're sticking with the ball as much as they can, trying not to give Jennison a second to get it in, but they do knock it away. Look at that control to just move to the other side of the ball and hit a different direction. Beautifully done. Jennison trying to keep it away, still having trouble getting another goal. Rocket really doesn't want to give him another one. And it's a floater. Rocket will be able to grab it, trying to do what they can to get it away. On goal shot, but no follow-up for Jennison. Another destruction. Oh, juggling it right toward the goal. What a beautiful defense. Trying to stop that from happening. They gotta get it to the other side of the arena. They just are having so much trouble getting it over there. Rocket's desperately trying for anything at this moment. Only less than 30 seconds left in this first match, and they just can't get over there. Rockets will get it over there. Jennison putting it back. Rocket's still trying. If it hits the ground, it ends. Here it goes. There it is. Jennison with the first game. Now, we are going to jump over to the other game of Goonies versus Aftershock. So we are going to watch the ending of the first game and the second game entirely. So, we come in, Goonies on yellow, Aftershock on blue. Looks like Aftershock only has 1 point, but 1 point is all you need in these games. However, Aftershock was only got 1 point over on the Goonies. And it's 8, and it's 7, and the clock is actively ticking down. There's another one from Aftershock. They're at least going to go into the second game 2-0. And remember, if it touches the ground, it ends. If they keep it in play, it doesn't. There it is. Aftershock gets the first game against Goonies, and they move on to game number 2, which we will watch right now. And we will see if Jennison, and we'll come back and see if Jennison wins the second game and secures their spot even farther, or if they can push them back. Goonies versus Aftershock. Match number 2. Aftershock in blue at match point. Ball is already in Goonie territory. They gotta get it out. Beautiful teamwork, juggling it around. But he comes flying in off the top rope. Tries to get something in. He can't do it specifically. And a beautiful score from Aftershock. Aftershock is able to score the first point against the Goonies. Everybody was there, just nobody was in the right spot. Aftershock currently 1-up in this game and on match point. Goonies hoping to get us to a game 3. Pushing forward. It's on goal. Can they get it in? And they do. Aftershock with another goal. They're pushing it through again. It's still over on the Goonie side. Bouncing around. They're pushing forward. Beautiful hit. Beautiful counter hit. Not quite enough boost to be able to hit that. Doing what they can. It is now in Aftershock territory. Trying to set up the alley-oop. Can Goonies get it in? Beautiful air juggling by Aftershock. Getting it over there. Not quite on goal, but doing their absolute best. It's jumping through. Beautiful angle to hit, but it's not quite in. No follow-up. Can they get it in the goal? Can they get a point? On to Aftershock. Can Goonies push this through? They are on match point. Aftershock just needs to keep wherever they are, and they'll go into the partial finals. Ball on goal. Beautiful back block. Aftershock right there to do it again. And there it is. Another goal for Aftershock. After that save, they just left the goal. Nobody was there to be in there. Nobody could save it. And the ball is out again. Almost a goal off the start. Goonies trying to push forward again. Little under 3 minutes left on the clock. Still plenty of time to come back. They're pushing through slowly. A nice knock. Vying to see if they can get it in the goal or if they can keep it from the goal. Some good setup, but not quite enough yet. There it is. The setup. Right in. Currently 4-0, right on goal from the start, but stayed in goal to save it. That's good. Aftershock still keeping it away from their side. We now know of 2 teams that are very, very good at doing this. It's on Aftershock's side still. They hit it again. It goes back in. Goonies are still trying to push it forward. Goonies are still fighting for this. It's in front with the setup, but not quite there yet. Beautiful control. Ball's up, and it's going over to the other side. Beautiful juggling. Beautiful stop. Another setup to get it over there. Some extra flying to try to get it in. Wasn't quite on goal, but no one's right in front of it. It goes right in. Aftershock showing us why they're here. Beautiful goal. back around again. Minute 40 on the clock. Aftershock up 5-0. Aftershock is on match point. Goonies need this to stay in the upper bracket. But it's on goal again. Just a beautiful setup from the other side. Right into the tap, right into the goal. The Goonies desperately trying to get a point. Down, but not quite out yet. Desperately trying to get something, to get anything up on Aftershock. Ball's been hanging out for a bit on Aftershock's side. The teamwork is there. Desperately trying to keep it out. Still doing pretty good. Another flying high hit. And does it by themselves. Once it's knocked in the air, they're able to hit it against the wall and then right into the goal for the goal again. Not much you can do to stop that unless you're prepared for it. It is currently 7-0 at the moment for Aftershock. Goonies might be going down to the secondary bracket. Aftershock looking incredibly strong, pushing forward as much as they possibly can. Seconds left in the game. Aftershock at a strong lead. I don't know if Goonies can come back from this. They need a miracle. They need a dream. A lot of on goals. Aftershock still trying to get more points. That's on goal, but it stopped. We'll see what happens here. We'll see if we can see it. And there it is. Aftershock successfully wins the game. Aftershock will 2-0 and go into the partial finals. Let me get a quick update on the other game real quick, and I will be right back with you. I have confirmed that Jennison was able to win that second game. We are currently at Aftershock versus Jennison to see who faces off against the winner of the secondary bracket. I will go ahead and double check to see how that's been going, and we'll update that on you when I have it. There were some technical difficulties in the room for the secondary bracket to happen. So what's going to happen is they are playing a game at the moment. Bossy Toasters and Panthers are currently in the middle of figuring out who is going to move on to face the Marcellus Wildcats. So while we wait for that and for more, we only really have 2 games left for the main arena, and one of them is Aftershock versus Jenison, so we're going to wait for that, give those teams a bit to rest up and whatnot. We are actually going to put Ball Chasers and Three Muchachos up on the stream for that secondary bracket game to see where they go specifically. So stay tuned for the moment, and we'll be here with that game. I have confirmed that the Bossy Toasters have in fact won their game, which means they will be moving on to fight the Marcellus Wildcats in the lower bracket. We are currently waiting for both of the two brackets here, Ball Chasers versus Muchachos and Marcellus Wildcats versus the Toasters. We are waiting for both of those games to be created and ready to go, so the moment one of them is up and running, I will be
Breaking up pretty bad.
casting that specifically. Just hang tight and we'll be back with more. All right, we have the Ball Chasers versus the Muchachos in the secondary bracket to see who moves on to see if they have another shot at hitting the title. Muchachos is blue, Chasers are orange, and we are going through. A lot of back and forth here at the start of the game. Almost a score, but not quite. Chasers are still pushing it forward. It's currently in the Muchachos area. They're trying to get it out. Chasers are trying to push it in. Beautiful save. Nicely done. Beautiful hit as well, but comes in from the side to also change the trajectory. Beautiful setup. Not enough follow-up though. Gonna fumble over a little bit as it heads back over to the side of the Chasers. Now it's back in Muchacho territory. Still working through it. Trying to get it out. Beautiful control in the air. Beautiful score. Beautiful score. Juggles it all the way in. That is a fantastic first goal for the Chasers. Chasers have it in the Muchachos area again. Currently fighting to see who can get control over the ball the most. Beautiful send back to the other side. And Chasers just tap it in. There it is right there. Chasers just tap the goal in. Tink. Beautifully done. Hit onto the Chaser side, saved, and sent back over to the Muchacho side. Muchachos gotta do something here. And there's another beautiful score for Chasers. It's incredible. 3 goals in a row, and split between all 3 team members. Here they go again. On to the Muchacho side again. Attempting for another score, and it's just like that. It's just an alley-oop like that. Chasers score another goal. I have gotten confirmation. The other bracket team has started their game as well. So after this game, we will go watch that as well. I am happy to see that Muchachos has scored an official first goal. So it is currently only 5-1 at the moment. I'm at least glad to see a score on the board and not a 0 there. And we just got to see if Muchachos can keep it up and keep it going. If they can, it is still best of 3, so then they still have a decent amount of time to get a couple more goals. We just have to see if the Chasers let them. Ball is on Chaser side. Knocked over. We're currently going for it. Beautiful hit by JQ. That's not quite on goal, but it's close.
Seconds left on the clock.
1 minute remaining in the match. He's almost on goal. Beautiful save to get it out of there. Muchacho's desperately trying to get this out of here. The alley-oop is probably there, but it hits the rim. No secondary follow-up, but actually there it is. Little bit of a late alley-oop, but it was there. Back out on the field again. Ball is heading toward the goal. Beautiful save by Muchachos as it heads over there. Another hit towards it. Beautiful save by Muchachos. They kind of just have to keep trading out goalies at this point. Explosion sends it over to the other side. But Chasers are not going to give them the opportunity to keep it over there on that side for long as they move it right back over. We are currently in the 10-second countdown. Can either team score one more point before it's over, or do they go to game 2? And there's the game 2. We are now going to move over to the other game to get a glimpse of that and its second game after we've officially watched the first one. It doesn't look like that game is up at the moment, so
That game was wronged.
we should be able to watch this then. I don't see the second game for the other bracket, but if we don't see it, we'll at least watch another one. Starting off strong. Chasers are up in score, so Muchachos do need to pull this out to go to a game 3. Nice send over, almost inside the goal, but not quite. Very nice attempt for Muchachos. They got to get it out of their own side. That's a decent layup, but to the wrong person. They were successful to get it out there. They missed the shot. They completely missed the shot. They keep going. We keep moving through. 4 minutes left on the game. 1 minute in. No scores yet. Seems like the Chasers are not having the same amount of luck they had in the first round. They are still trying to get that push through. Just a constant back and forth of the ball, but it is in Muchachos territory. Beautiful at the top for the alley-oop, and there it is. Beautiful 1-2 combo. Sends it right up to the top and then strikes it in. Beautiful score for Chasers. They are currently 1-0 at the moment, and this is match point for them. If they win this game, they will push it onwards. To see if they can make it to the end of the secondary bracket. Because remember, the secondary bracket The winner of the entire secondary bracket will face off against the winner between Jennison and Aftershock. Muchachos trying to keep it over into the orange side. It is there currently, but Chasers don't want it that way. Chasers have the point advantage at the moment, but as we saw from the last game, the Muchachos are capable of pulling out at least a goal, if not more. So that 1 point could not mean anything. If they can get it in, the goal's completely open. LC brings it into the goal. It's walked right into the goal. No one defending, no one on. Everybody too focused on the enemy goal. And it's just another goal right off the bat for the Chasers. It goes right in, just right off the beginning play. Getting a little auto chat spam at the game at the top. Chasers 3-0. Still trying to get it in, and they do. It goes right in again. LC with another goal. That is currently 2 goals on just them. Four for the team, and they keep pushing on. And it was on goal. It was on goal. Muchachos are able to put it directly into the goal. Chasers were not watching their own goal. Muchachos got a point. Now let's see if they can keep up that momentum. They need to get another one. Almost a save. Very, very close to a save. That's another point for the Chasers. Their climb is slowly mounting quite a bit. Beautiful hit on toward the goal. They're there to stop it. Muchachos still trying to keep it over on their side. Nice hit on goal, but somebody's there to stop it. Beautiful car control. Nice layup. Another layup to do it again. And a save! Beautiful save! Could not double it up into the goal. Chasers, gonna try again. It's set up. It's just a little too high. Beautiful save again. Muchachos are mostly just sitting around the goal, trying not to let them get through. Didn't juggle it too well to get it over to the goal. They're going to try again. Chasers still trying to get a goal. Wasn't quite on par, but with 10 seconds left, I don't think they're going to be able to do it. And I think that, oh, they score an extra goal right at the end. 3 seconds left. It ends when the ball touches the ground. Let's see if they can juggle it. There's the juggle. There's the juggle. And the game is
Need
over.
a tune-up after
And that is Chasers with the full win. Going back over to the bracket specifically, that was the Ball Chasers with a win over, putting them one step closer. They will be going against the Goonies later on. Let me double check and see if the Marcellus Wildcats and Bossy Toasters game is currently going on or not. And it is. We will get right in there. Currently right now, Wildcats are blue, Toasters are orange, and Toasters are 2-0 at the moment. I do not know if this is the first or second game they have done so far. I'm guessing it might be second, could be first, it depends. But we will see how this plays out. Two beautiful shots. Toasters keeping the pressure on. Wildcats struggling it down toward the goal. An explosion happens, and the ball goes in the opposite direction. It's a beautiful shot on goal, and it's in. Not quite enough to stop it. Beautiful goal for the Toasters, making them 3-0. Another beautiful goal for the Toasters, making them 4-0, pushing it all the way in. Looks like the Toasters definitely want that second chance to get in the top again. Pushing it forward. Toasters still having great control of the ball. Some could say even being bossy about it. Good shot on goal. Does it fly past all of them? It's right on the edge. Can they get it in? They can't. And there it is. The alley-oop right after. That is 5-0 in favor of Toasters. Wildcats still putting up a fight, trying to get a goal. Some very crisp toast right now. "30 seconds left in their zone. Probably feeling very confident at this point, being 5 points up at 30 seconds. Beautiful shot on goal. Gets knocked away. On their side. 10 seconds left in the round. They're keeping the ball alive. And there it is. Bossy Toasters win. I believe that was the first game, if I had to guess. So I think we will be going on to a game 2. So that should be match point, Bossy Toasters. Here they go. Back out onto the field. Blue is Wildcats. Orange is Toasters. Orange is currently in the lead at the moment. Toasters have match point advantage in this game. The Wildcats definitely need to pull something out if they're going to make this a game 3. Beautiful deny from the Wildcats as they shoot it out there. Sending it in quite nicely. Pushing forward. Nice bounce. It looks like it's going in. Beautiful save. I can't believe that was stopped. And then tries to convert it, but not quite. Toast says, no, you're not converting that into a goal. We won't let you. As the Wildcats keep the pressure. Tons of hits back and forth. Constantly bouncing the ball back. Nice deflection. Good hit on goal. And there's the first goal for the Toasters. Beautiful job. They are going again. Round 2. Keeping it over in that corner as much as possible. Constantly setting up for the alley-oop. Wildcats steal it away. That's on goal. Can they save it? They can. That is a saved goal on the side of Wildcats. Able to push it all the way back over to Orange territory. Good alley-oop. Not quite set up enough. Sent back the other direction. Didn't get priority bounce. Not quite on goal, but very good attempt. Ball sent back over. Tapped towards it. Set up in a half. Desperately trying not to let it in. It does not go in. Wildcats are able to keep the deficit only at 1. Need to get this goal to tie it up. Beautiful block. Don't know if that was fully intentional or not. Let's just say it was. Good setup. Not enough to follow up. Trying their best to follow it up. Wildcats are still trying to keep it over there, doing what they can to do it. Toast got it back over. Wildcat attempting to block. That's decently high. Not quite on goal, though. Sent over again. A couple more bounces. Scooped up the line. Wildcats have to get it out of the corner. They're moving it forward. Wait. Oh, so close for a goal for the Wildcats. But Toast still can't seem to get a goal. They can't get another one after the one they got. It really only does take one. But the Wildcats have shown some great resistance in this second game. If the Wildcats can make it a 1-to-1 fight and give us a match 3, that would be incredible. They're working their best to stop goals and get it in. Good wall rides. Minute left. Need to do something about it. They send it back over to the other side already. Wildcats just can't seem to get it past them. Beautiful, beautiful juggle in. Not quite in all the way, though. Good save. Very good save. It's alley-ooped over to the goal. In the corner. Toast is getting it out of there. Toast is dribbling it down the lane. Wildcats have to get in position to defend now. Trying to send it back over. Some good dribbling, but not enough. Explosion takes out a Toast. Still not enough. That's on goal. That can be alley-ooped in, and there it is! A second point right at the last seconds for the Toasters. We've got 10 seconds left of this match specifically. Can the Toasters go through with it? Can the Wildcats stop them? I don't think they'll be able to, and there it is. That is game. With that, the Toasters move forward from the Wildcats to fight the Rangers. So we have Goonies versus Ball Chasers and Rockets versus Toasters. I believe we are finishing up these two before we go to this one specifically, if I remember correctly. But we will see. So stay tuned with us while we get these other games underway.
Anybody out there? Does anyone read me? There's something out there.
Why should we stay here when we could run free? Who would we be if you weren't with me? No, we're never going home again. We're like animals in the dark. Where we live, I make pretend. We're lost forever.
What a save! A lovely header. Saved by the keeper. What a save!
There we go. I hope that's better. We'll see if anybody... Fantastic. Yep, something went wrong with the mic. I appreciate that, Knuckles. Thank you. While fixing the mic, it looks like Chasers did score a point, and that looks like the only point they might need. And there it is. Chasers are in the first game. And we will quickly move over to the next game in the main arena. We are in the first game with Jensen Wildcats and Scary Aftershock, the game we've all been looking for specifically. It looks like we just missed the first point for Jensen, and that is 3 minutes in. And we will see which one of these teams can make it to the final game. Beautiful knocks. A lot of boost being used. And for those of you, Jensen is blue and orange is Aftershock. Currently, we are in Jensen territory at the moment, going back and forth between the two. And that is a goal right back for Aftershock. We are currently 1-1 at the moment. Both of these teams are attempting to fight for as much dominance as possible to push through the end. And there's another beautiful score from Aftershock. Bounces it right into the goal. Beautiful double bounce directly into the goal. That is another score. Aftershock has put themselves squarely in the lead of this game at the moment, which is going to make Jensen have to push for it. Flying over the territory, pushing hard. Good juggling over, but immediately pushed back, immediately pushed the other way. So good bouncing, going back and forth for everybody. And that is a destruction as the ball keeps moving. There it goes again, moving to the other side. Pushes around. Back and forth fighting. Only a minute left, and Aftershock is up. There needs to be some kind of counter grab, or Aftershock will take the first game. Some good wall juggling going on, trying to keep it away from it. Beautiful drop all the way to the bottom, following it down, but still trying to push it around. Needing that second goal for the blue side. Needing to keep the lead for the orange side. Getting close to time in the game as it punches the other direction. Beautiful bounce. We've got 4 on the clock. Can they get it? No. Aftershock gets the first game. And there it is. Aftershock takes in the first game in this bracket currently. They are currently 1-0 in as rounds go. They are on match point. If Aftershock can do this again, they will securely hold themselves into the final. We'll just have to see if it happens. But I don't think Jennison is going to let them do it without an absolute fight. He was very close scores the first round. We're hoping to go to a game 3 for maximum value. Spider cars on the walls. Push it forward. Just misses the block. The Wildcats with a beautiful score. Just not quite quick enough from the side of Aftershock to stop it. They start game number 2 with a point. Aftershock wants some redemption. Let's get the ball out of there. They're still doing it, but can't quite get the momentum. Wildcats with another beautiful score. Wildcats showing Aftershock you don't own the field, you don't own the game, and you do in fact have to work for it. Now 2-0 in favor of the Wildcats as they continue to push forward, try to get more of a lead to try to secure themselves that third game. Beautiful bounce back to the other side, sends it right over, barely saves it, still trying to recover it but can't. Destruction pushes it through, beautiful block on that side. It's still on their side. Aftershock has to get it away. Beautiful bouncing. But the flight hits the ball a little bit. Back over to the other side. Getting it down. Ball on the right side. Trying to figure it out. Pushing through. Back onto the blue side. They get a score. A couple of good alley-oops. Not enough to send it into the goal, though. Sending the ball back over to the blue side. Aftershock juggling it as best they can. Deflect the momentum up to the ceiling. Beautiful pushback. Wildcats not giving up. But neither is Aftershock. Pushing it back over. Metrops is on it. Trying to get a good alley-oop. Another good send over. Following the ball all the way over. Trying to keep controlling momentum. Got to move it around a little bit. Sent to the other side, but entering their territory. Crashes everywhere. Demolitions everywhere. Aftershock desperately fighting to get at least 1 or 2 goals as they are on match point. This would secure them if they can get this. But the Wildcats are saying no. We took the first game to learn, and now we know what you do. And they are showing a heavy, heavy push in game number 2. Beautiful, beautiful sight to behold. Beautiful send back over. Beautiful block. Insane action going on here. An on goal immediately blocked at the edge. Beautiful send over. It's not quite on goal, but it's close. The setup is good. At least touching the ball to get it over. Riding the wall. Sending it back over. They got to get it out. Jennison seems to be on the upper foot. Aftershock trying desperately to get something back. But Wildcats are just in too many places at the same time. They can't get it away from their side. Good layup, but a good block to not let it in. Wildcats might have got 2, but they ain't letting them get any more. Beautiful on, but blocked immediately. Over on the side of the Wildcats. Aftershock needs to do something here. They got 40 seconds left in the match. They're 2 points down. Gotta get it over. 30 seconds to secure it, or it goes to game 3. Wildcats in a very commanding position this game. Beautiful layup, but not quite enough angle to get that in. Sent right back over to their goal. And it rolls in from across the map. Not enough time. Just sent straight from one side to the other. With that little assist, pushes it all the way in for 3 points. I think that right there seals this round. I don't think we're able to push any farther now. I think the Wildcats have secured this game, and we move to game 3. Beautiful performance by the Wildcats. Beautifully down the line. Seems that Willie has decided that that was it. We do have one more game to go. And here we are, game 3, right before we potentially get to the finals. Jenison Wildcats versus Scary Aftershock. And an immediate first goal by the Wildcats right off rip. 5 seconds in. They're able to sneak that right past with a miss from Cash. And that goes right into the goal for the first point from the Wildcats. Competition is fierce today. Both teams fighting hard to put themselves into the finals. Ball going back and forth like crazy. Not quite on goal, but so close from across the map. Things are slowly pushing forward. Good bounces back and forth. Good flight. Incredible on shot. Destruction in the background. Wall ride bounces it all the way across. Blocks the ball again. Moving it around. And it's sent at the goal. Good block on their front. Wildcats putting themselves in a commanding position to start the game off. 1 minute in, still 1-0 in favor of Wildcats. Bounce back and forth. Drops down. Pushes forward. Immediate destruction. Followed up by a wall ride, but immediately blocked. They're trying to get it over again, but they can't. It's now over in blue side. Aftershock takes the lead. Trying to get it into the goal. But there is no follow-up. It gets pushed back over by the Wildcats. Beautiful shot, but not quite at the angle they were looking for. Incredible hit. Multi-bounces, trying to get it out of there. Grip will get there first. Willie will follow it up. Immediate block. Bring it right back in. Immediate block. and a destruction, but gets sent over to that side. Right across the middle, right on goal, gets blocked. Moving it around, trying to push it over. It's sent back over to Aftershock's side. Can they stop the ball from going in? It's right next to the goal. The alley-oop is there, but they send it right through. Putting it back on the side of Wildcats. Putting it back on the side of Wildcats. They're still holding their 1-point lead. Aftershock has not been able to score a goal yet. They need at least one to make it to go into overtime. With how close this game has been so far, I don't think there's room for them to give up another goal. Beautifully on goal. Immediately blocked. Tries to alley-oop it again. Beautiful. And that's the return goal at 2 minutes remaining to give us a 1-to-1 shot at who moves forward. Wildcats and Aftershock are now officially 1-1 with 2 minutes remaining. I told you it was going to be a match. Bouncing back and forth, trying to find an opening. Explosion mid-air, but not enough to keep it on that side. Beautiful layup. Not quite enough follow-up to get it in there. Still a good setup, but right on goal, but there's a goalie there, so we're good. Good to send somebody back. It's 1-1. You have to be real careful. A point either way would not be good for either side at this point. Being so close to the end of the timer. Nice hit. Hits it right back over. Aftershock trying to keep tempo. Destruction to drop down a player. Will respawn before anything major happens. Sent right back over, but bounced in. Attempting to send it back over to Blue. Trying to catch up to it. Sent back over. Beautiful block on goal. 47 seconds left. Still 1-1. Nobody's gotten another point yet. We might, in fact, go into overtime. It is still on the blue side. Sent back over the other way. Currently on Aftershock's side. Going back and forth between sides like a yo-yo. Beautiful hit. Countdown for overtime. Can we get a goal before then? Can somebody clinch it right here to stop the overtime? If it touches the ground, it goes overtime. There it is. Overtime. We'll see who can pull this out. Overtime is first to land a goal wins it. Pull out all the stops here. Go as hard as you can. Aftershock trying to be as aggressive as possible right now. Pushing the ball deep into Wildcat territory. Wildcats pushing it back. Trying to also match that aggravation with their own. And it's in! And it's in! Wildcats win! No way! They sneaked the goal in right off the side! Wasn't enough to stop it! Jettison Wildcats are one of your finalists. That will put Aftershock down into the lower bracket. They do still have a chance to come back out of it again. So we will officially see what happens. I will go ahead and get the updated scores for the other two things to figure out where we are in the losers bracket. And I'll be right back with you.
By the shore, I'm holding on, diving into my motion. Hear me cry, tears are falling from the sky. Don't give in.
looking at the current bracket at the moment, the Ball Chasers won theirs and moved on, and the Ranger Rockets moved theirs and moved on. Currently, right now, what you're hearing in the background is the Chasers versus the Rockets, and we're going right into it. It's only about 30 minutes in. Nobody's scored yet, so we haven't missed any of the juicy action. This will be one of 3 games to go. After this game will be Aftershock versus whoever wins this, and then Jennison versus whoever wins that. And currently, right now, we have officially gotten a goal for the side of Chasers. Rocket is blue. And here we go. All of these games will be on the stream, so stay tuned to watch all the games that we have left, which will be 3 full rounds. And another beautiful score from Chasers, right into it. Currently only 1 minute into the game, and Chasers are already up 2 for their first game in. Pushing through as much as they can. Rockets definitely need to get a goal here. This right here is what can send you to the finals. Beautiful hit! Right off the side, beautiful hit into goal. Almost a superficial alley-oop for themselves. Chasers are dominating this game at the moment, trying to claw their way back out of the lower bracket. Explosion, on goal, another goal, but this time on the side of Rocket. They sneak one by. Too many Chasers commit to the hit, and none of them can reach the ball in time with enough speed to actually close the distance. Beautiful hit. It's as on goal as you can get from a weird angle off the wall, but not quite in. Another hit onto the side. Another hit close to goal is blocked immediately. Rockets trying to do their best to score more points to try to make it at least even. Don't want to give Chasers an early lead. Hit. Beautiful hit. Rocket is really trying to keep the ball in the area. Good alley-oop. Moving it up to save distance. And there it goes. Right over to the other side. But they're right there to send it back. That's a really good hit. Beautiful alley-oop if they didn't block it. And that's going in. There it is. Rocket with another beautiful goal from the side. One tap sinks it in while Chasers aren't looking. Something tells me they're going to be watching for that next time. Chasers very slowly starting to lose the lead they have accumulated. Doing their best to work through it. Trying to score any extra points they can. They're slowly pushing it through. Wow. Rocket has come back from a 3-0 deficit to a 3-3. They're just sneaking the goals by Chaser. Chasers are having a hard time in this game so far. They got some good early goals, but now Rocket's just pushing through. It already looks like Rocket's in another great position to do it. Good on-goal shot. A lot of setup. Good angle, but not quite enough. Not quite the right angle for that either. Lost the momentum they needed. Sending it at the goal. Oh, beautiful block. Is there another alley-oop for it? Not quite set up. It did really look like it was going in, and they wouldn't have made it there. Are we going to get overtime in the first match between these two teams? Beautiful block. Trying to make sure it doesn't go in. Oh, they snuck it by. Beautiful sneak of a goal. Puts Chasers in the lead 4-3. We said there might be overtime. They said no. Chasers now in a good lead at the moment. They have one goal. They honestly just have to run it out for 30 seconds, and if they can just keep them occupied, they'll at least get the first match to them and be at match point. Good hit back, good hit forward. Trying not to sacrifice too much defense. Good wraparound. That's on goal, but it gets blocked. 10 seconds left on the clock. Chasers still up by a goal. Can Rocket push it forward? Can Rocket get a goal to tie it up? If the touch of the ground is done. And there it is. Chasers win the first match. And we move on to match 2. We are right into match 2, where the hostility is already active from the previous match. Chasers are on match point. They just need to secure this, and they get to fight Jennison to see who, again, fights for the finale. Grab shot. Tag. Beautiful hit. Ooh, so very close. These teams are gaming out of their mind right now, and that is Chasers with an early point. But we do know not to think of it too high, as Rocket absolutely came back hard last time. Chasers trying to secure that spot in the under bracket final. Beautiful, beautiful on Gore. Nobody there to stop it. Goes right over their heads. Sails right over. Nobody has enough boost to stop it. Goes right in. Beautiful goal. Nice hit on goal. Fantastic block. Rocket does not want to give this up yet. Still pissing forward. Still bouncing around. Trying to keep it on that side. The 2-0 lead is going to be paramount on game point. If they just keep this lead, they will go on to the next match. Don't even have to get out of the seats. Nice tag. Nice tag. Desperately trying to get something in there. Rocket's desperately trying to get something in that goal. Chasers pushing forward. Good dribble. Beautiful setup, but everybody was ready for it. It's on goal. Can somebody limp it in? They cannot. Decent hit. Not quite at the angle we were hoping for, but still a good hit. Getting enough control over the ball to actually get it, to try to get it over the other side. Rocket desperately pushing forward, trying to get at least 1 point on the board. We're already past the halfway mark. They have to get it in. TT isn't faked out by it. Another fantastic block. It's going over. They do have someone in the goal, so it's not going to go in. But they're going to try. Alley-oop super high. Beautiful juggle. Not quite at the angle we needed. Good interrupt. Attempting to control the ball in the air. Fantastic interrupt. Got to get it out of there. Chasers still on match point. They're still pushing it forward. They're still trying to work it. They need to get a point. They have to push in. Have to get it. This might be the 2-0 to remove them out of the game. And push Chasers through. Beautifully on goal, but still blocked. Nobody really wants to make that big of a... Rocket doesn't want to do anything too... Oh, beautiful goal. Rocket finally steals a goal in there. That does put us at 1-2. Rocket will need one more goal to tie this up, and a second goal without anything back in order to get us to match point both ways for a game 3. Chasers do not want that to happen. This is their ticket in. If they keep this going, if they keep that 1 point, if nothing happens, they secure their place. Good bounce. Trying to get it in. Rockets still need one more, but they do not need it in this area. Have to get it out of here. They're desperately trying to get it out. Good block. We are at 5, 4, 3. It is currently off the ground. And there it is. Chasers will move on. We now have Aftershock versus Ball Chasers coming up, and whoever wins that will fight off against the Jennison Wildcats to determine our tournament winner. Please stick around as we prepare the teams for this. All right, we are getting ready for the next game of Aftershock versus Ball Chasers. So everybody get ready.
Take me away. No more. Take me away. No more. Take me away. Boy, I go crazy.
And we are live with our two current teams in the bottom bracket of Aftershock versus Ball Chasers. Currently, right now, these two teams are fighting. Well, you know, I would say something, but you know, we've already got action in the first 12 seconds, so I guess, you know, we all know what's happening here. Aftershock scored a beautiful goal right off the bat, and so we are already off to a fantastic start. Everybody moving forward. Everybody looking at the ball. Beautiful on hit to the goal. Beautiful block. Chasers want in, and Aftershock says no. Strong start for them. They are currently actively going through. Ooh, nice. Almost on call. Almost on par. Nice bounce. Beautiful goal. That is a beautiful goal by Aftershock. Sails it right in, secures another point. They are now 2-0, which is insane. This game has already started off so strong. 2 goals and an incredible amount of back and forth. Beautiful goal again. They're right on goal again. Same score, same way. Push all the way through. Nice hit. Just misses the ball. Ball Chasers barely missed the ball to stop the goal. And now, well, Aftershock is 3-0. Continue to push forward, one thing at a time. Chasers would like to get a goal here. It'd be very advantageous if they did. Try to turn some tempo around. Ooh, not quite at the right angle, but almost there. Still sending it through. Still pushing it forward. Beautiful score. Aftershock does it again. They get another goal right in the front. Beautiful hit in. It's a goal right back. Chasers say, you know what? It's our turn. We're gonna get a ball. We're gonna get a ball in right off the front. Everybody a little scattered after that first hit, and they get a goal right off the front thing again. Try to turn that momentum around. Let's see if they can do it again. Good hit. Oh, just barely out of reach. Good shot on goal. Oh, right off the rim. Come on. It's right there. There it is. And that is 5-1 in favor of Aftershock. Another goal right after the first one. Kizzy putting in absolute work with 4 goals and 4 shots. This is Aftershock saying, no, we don't belong down here. We belong up there. Beautiful tag. Nice hit. Ball goes up. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Beautiful hit in the goal. Oh, so close. Just needed a little tippy tap. Minute left. Chasers really have to start pushing for it. They need to do something. They have to push it. Hit it again. It's in front. Goes right over. Trying to set it up in the middle. Doing what they can. Not quite enough yet. Another hit. Another deflect. Keep pushing it forward. Beautiful hit. But they send it right back. Another beautiful score. Bounces it all the way in. 1. Oh, beautifully done. 7-1 in favor of Aftershock. They do not want to go home yet. Not when they're this close. Beautiful bounce. Takes it along the wall. Good hit. And there it is. Aftershock has won the first game. And now we will move on to game number 2. And see if Aftershock can pull it back out and get right back to where they came from. Here it is. Beautiful goal right off to start the game. Aftershock says no, there isn't even a need to do this again. Immediate goal off the first time. They're going to keep pushing it forward. Chasers have to do something here. They have to score some goals. They have to put themselves in a good position. Because if they don't, they will lose it to Aftershock. And there is no more chances after this. They are on match point. Aftershock is on match point. They have to keep pushing forward. Oh, right in there. Oh, it's there it is. Just took a second to get in. Beautiful job. Beautiful job by Ball Chasers to get that in there and make it 1-1. We might actually go to a game 3. They are keeping this up so well. Chasers do not want to be counted out. They do not want to stop playing. Still hanging out on the blue side. Some good juggling. Try to get it as far as possible. It goes up. Another hit. Beautiful goal by Cash. Right into the goal. That is a second point for Aftershock, making it 2-1 at 3.5 minutes. And they do it again. They just say, all right, fine. If you're going to go after the ball like that, we'll just do it again. Chasers have to get somebody on goal. Against a team this aggressive, you cannot leave that open. There it is. 4-1. They push forward again. Already in the Chaser side. Chasers have to get something back to keep themselves in. Beautiful hit on goal. Is deflected. Beautiful hits. Nice deflects. Gotta do something. Chasers trying desperately to get it into the goal on the blue side. Aftershock does not want to let them. What a dribble! That cinema right there. Cinema. That was beautiful. 1, 2, 3, 4 bounces right into the goal. Chasers still fighting, still pushing forward. Another beautiful goal. There it is. Aftershock, just one play after another, securing, further and further pushing themselves ahead, trying to get as far ahead as possible to guarantee that place. Some beautiful air dribbling there. Beautiful up and down. It's on, almost on goal. That's still scary for Chasers. They have 1 minute and 47 seconds to score 5 goals to tie and go into overtime, and 6 goals to make us go to a game 3. It's a good direction to go. Cash says, no, I don't want you to. Says, take that over there. It's right in front. Whoa! Splayed out to the side. Good hit. Good hit. Doing what they can to keep it on the other side. Good double hits. Chasers trying desperately to pull this out, but Aftershock scores again, pushing them farther and farther out of the realm of possibility of coming back. Little playful banter in the chat there. Is it possible to get 7 goals in 30 seconds? Even with no opposition? I think it might. But I don't think they want to leave anything to chance. I don't think they want to give them even a second to stop what they're doing. And with the ball on the ground, that is Aftershock winning. Congrats to them. And with that, Aftershock, a 2-0 against Ball Chasers, goes back up, and we get Jennison versus Aftershock, but flipped in the bracket. Now, this will be the last game we have for today. Is this right here. However, there are some extra rules in a double elimination that you should be aware of for this final match. Jennison, since they won the entire upper bracket, they only have to win 1 game. Aftershock has to win 2 games, and they have to do it in a row. If Aftershock wins a game, and then Wildcats win a game, Wildcats win. So either Aftershock pulls out 2 wins in a row, or Wildcats cleans it up in the first game, and they take it home for first. I believe Scary Aftershock is still second. Which is definitely not something to scoff at. So, while they get that while we get a repeat of the last bracket for hopefully another good couple of games, stay tuned and we'll be back for the finale of the 2025 MEC SMC Fiber Cup 3.
But I stop thinking about what they think of me. Yeah, I stop thinking about what they think of me. I know that we had the power to be whatever we wanted.
through the night. Oh, I wanna admit I'm not made for this. I'm not made for this. I'm not made for this. Trying to make sense of it. I'm not made for this. Trying to make sense of it. All I've ever known is trying to make sense of it. I don't wanna relive the times I tried to try, but this comfort isn't no time. I'm losing my grip, falling fast. I love something, got me through the night. I wanna admit I'm not made for this.
Let's get ready to rumble! We have Scary Aftershock versus Jennison Wildcats, with Aftershock scoring the first goal already in the first 15 seconds. Now keep in mind, this is the final. The team that wins this wins it all, but the rules are a little different. If Jennison Wildcats wins one game before Aftershock wins two, Aftershock loses. So, we gotta keep it down and watch it closely. But Aftershock coming out with a strong start, as we know these two teams normally do. Beautiful knocks. Beautiful bounces. Nice couple of hits. It's going long. It's going wide. That's pretty on goal. And there it is. Wildcats fires back with a goal. The game has just started and we are already 1-1 in this game. Wildcats definitely wants to win this because they only need one. And Aftershock knows it's going to be a little bit more of an uphill battle for them. Can the Wildcats close it out in this game? Or is Aftershock going to push them to a second? This is for all the marbles. It's for all the beans. For all the assortments of other things you could do. Destruction. Good on hits. Keeping it over in the orange side. Aftershock really trying to push this forward. They do not want to give up anything they don't have to. Beautiful hit on goal. Does get blocked though. Good hits. Good juice. Good juggling in flight, keeping it over on the orange side. Not enough setup for the other half. Sending it back over to the blue. Trying to catch up as much as possible. Woo! That was close. That was insanely close. You know it was close because of the metal pipe sound. That's how close it was. Back and forth. Very, very even teams so far. This is what we came here to see. This is what we wanted to see right here. Instead of just getting 3 games of it, we now get 5. Almost tuck it in, but got blocked, sent it back over to the blue side. Each team trying to vie for that second point. It means so much to both teams trying to push this forward, because that's the winning team that walks away with it. And while Aftershock does need 2, that does not mean they should be counted out at all. Good juggling, good interrupt. Trying to send it back over. Can't quite hit it. 1 minute remaining. Are we going to go into overtime on the first game? We potentially might not. That is Wildcats with a second goal right on in. Which means if Wildcats can keep the score the way it is now, they will win, and that's the end. They just have to hold on to it. Wildcats now have Aftershock in a chokehold. They have to get a score to get out of it. They have to get something, and they do! They immediately score it back at 35 seconds remaining and go 2-2 for potential overtime. They are not making this easy. $35 seconds left to separate what's going to happen. 30 seconds now. Is that another goal? Oh, it barely gets saved. But a flying one. It's up in the air. We might be going into overtime. This might be overtime. Off the rim. Back out again. It's going closer. Ooh, nice block. We're going to overtime. There's no way we're not. There's no way they keep it in the air long enough to do it. They keep it in the air, it works, and these two teams might be able to. Nope. We go to overtime. This is a very tense moment. If Wildcats score a point, they win and it's over. If Aftershock scores a point, we go to game 2. Be on the lookout for Willie and Kitsy, as those are the main scorers so far for this game. It's being sent over into Aftershock territory. It's going back toward the middle. It's going back toward Aftershock territory. It's going back toward blue. It's now in the middle again. Pick a side. Back on Aftershock side, trying to get that final hit. Can Aftershock? No, they cannot yet. Aftershock cannot get us to game 2 at the moment. It's so close. It's right there. We go to game 2. Can you believe? No, that was actually Jennison. No, that's game. I get the colors mixed up in my head, you know. Jennison Wildcats are your winners. they go. Aftershock currently has 2 games, two goals under their belt already. They might make it go to a game 3 to see if we even go to the next round or not, but they're definitely fighting hard. About halfway through, the score is 2-0. They do need to pick up a little bit of that gap to push us all the way through. Just keep pushing it back up and down. It's on goal. And it's in! Aftershock trying to take us to game 3 as they score another goal. Aftershock and Wildcats have fought hard for this. Aftershock doesn't want to give up. They don't want to give Jennison the win for free. Right on goal, no one to block it. There it is, Aftershock with another goal. Aftershock push this even harder as they get another goal to put themselves even farther, trying to secure that game 3 as hard as possible. Try to get a goal, and there it is. Wildcats fire back with a goal of their own. Just to tell them that they're still here. They are still a decent way away. There's only about a minute left in this game, and they would have to make up 4 goals in order to do this. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but with how equal these teams normally are, it's definitely going to be hard. 1 minute, 4 goals would be hard for any team. But they're gonna give it a try. That was cool. The boost control on these players is absurd. Like, for real. It's a little crazy. 30 seconds remaining. Looks like we'll be going to a game 3. I don't think they can pull it off in that time. With every second that ticks by, it becomes more and more impossible to not go to a game 3. We go to game 3. Now officially go to game 3. If Aftershock wins this game, we go to an entire another best of 3. If Wildcats win this game, it's over. We'll see what happens. Good bounces, good juggling. Oh my god, they saved it, but it went right back in. Wildcats get the first point. at it again. Jennison does not want this to go to an entire another best of 3 again. They want to win it right here, and they're off to a good start to do so. They just need to keep that point or get some more to keep it going. If they can secure that, but it is Aftershock after all. And Aftershock is not going to let them get away with this for as they answer back with a point of their own in the first minute. Incredible players all around. Incredible teams all around. The synergy, the plays, the individual skill, it's all there for both teams, and we're seeing it all over the field. Aftershock puts it into the goal again. That's another point toward them. They will not go quietly. Just the back and forth. Just the back and forth of it all. Two and one score is very close. It could go either way at this point, just depending on who can get in those hits or not. Wildcats needs to get in that goal one more time to at least have the overtime chance. While Aftershock want to keep it the way it is so we go to a game 2. Or an entire round 2. And there it is. Wildcats hit it again with another goal back on them. And we're at 2-2 at the halfway point. Neither team wants to give up. Neither team will back down. Neither team will surrender. They will fight with everything they have until they can't no more. Until the buttons on the controllers fail. As they push back and forth for this. But on the orange side, quite a bit of time. Wildcats want to win, they got to get it to the other side. It's going pretty close, but they bounce it back. That's on goal, but it's immediately blocked. Close call for Wildcats to not get that. Good attempt from Metrops to try to get that in there off the back. Bringing it over. One misses, the other connects and gets it out of there. But Metrops is already in the air. Getting it over. Goes back over to blue side. Sent back over to orange. They're trying to get it in the best they can. There's another disruption. While Supersonic. There the ball goes again. But Metrops is in the air again. Always there to stop the ball. Wildcats desperately trying to get another goal so that this doesn't have to go on. So that they can just win. Desperately trying to get it over there. Aftershock, at the 1 minute mark, desperately trying to get their goal of their own to make us go to a game, an entire round 2, so that they have a chance to win as well. A complete miss from Cryptic. It's on goal. It's completely missed. Nobody stops the goal. And Aftershock have a third point. The ball is in Wild The ball is in the Wildcat court now. They have the pressure to get another point to get us into overtime, or we go to an entire game 2. It's going right in, and there it is. We're right back to 3-3 like it didn't even change. Willie and Lando with an absolutely beautiful 1-2 layover. Nobody's on the Wildcats' goal. Everybody's too focused on the ball. It goes right through. We are 3-3 with 30 seconds remaining on potential game point. Neither team is holding any punches. Beautiful on-goal hit, but immediately blocked. Beautiful hit by Cash, trying to get to the other side. Immediately blocked again. We have 8 seconds. We have 6 seconds. We have 3 seconds. Is this going into overtime? It is. We're in overtime. In this game 3, we are in overtime. If the Wildcats get a single point, they win. If Aftershock get a single point, we go to an entire best of 3 again. It's on the blue side, right where Wildcats want it. Beautiful shoot in from Landon, but not enough. Aftershock just really trying to keep it out of the way. Wildcats want to keep it over in that area. Another hit over from Wiley, keeping it over there. Still sitting around it, trying to keep it over in the area. They do not want it on the orange side. Beautiful knock back. But Kizzy is ready. Wiley knocks it back. That is on goal. Ooh, a nice block. They are not giving it up that easy. That's on goal. Beautiful block, flying in from the side. Cryptic says no. And another beautiful block by Lando. Wiley's up in the air. Metrops comes down, but cannot do it. Landros says no. That's on goal. Can they stop it? They can. It goes back up in the air, but it's still on the blue side. He's going to try to get it onto the other side. Everybody on orange rushes back to the goal to defend it. Ball's flying to the other side of the arena. A double hit sends it over to the corner of the blue side. Desperately trying to set up a layup. A bit too much power on that layup. Goes a little bit over the goal. Good hit from that. But sends it right out of there. Lando stops it. Wiley is currently holding it. Cash is in the air again, like they always are. Beautiful on goal. It's there. It's right there. It has to go in. And it does. We go to a new match. And there it is. There's the hit. Cryptic was not there quick enough to do it. And with Aftershock's win, we go to an entire another game. Yeah, there is an entire All right. Both teams are going to take a quick water break to get themselves hydrated and ready for the final round. This will be the final one. Whoever wins this best 2 of 3 wins it. There's no second chances. There's no do-overs. There's nothing else. So stick around for a couple more minutes and we'll get to the final game to find out who wins between Scary Aftershock and Jennison Wildcats. Stick around. And it looks like we are already in. What a nice quick water break, I guess. They are already back into the game again. Absolute units, all of them. And we're officially back in again. Aftershock is blue. Wildcats are orange, just like before. The final best of 3 to figure out who wins. And we start right off with a Wildcat score. Putting it right in the net right at the beginning. Maybe fatigue is starting to affect the Aftershock team. It has been quite a long day here. I wouldn't be surprised. But it's not over till it's over. As we've seen from every time these two teams have fought, we have seen that it ain't over till it's over. But get blocked. Yep. Sent back over to orange. Sent back over. Still in control, but trying to get it in. Beautiful block. And they got to try to get it out of there. Wildcats are tired of this. They want this done. They want to win. There's only one way to do it. Back on Aftershock side. They slowly move forward with it. Good hit. Again. A nice back and forth before it gets stuck in a corner. Do it again. Right over. Good block. Sends it over. Do it again. All of these are solid hits. Oh, so close to being a goal for Wildcats. Still close. Almost an alley-oop. Kind of gets interrupted. Gets saved. Good hit. No one's guarding the goal. Oh, he just made it there in time. Kizzy just makes the block. It's hit again. It bounces back. Very tense game at the moment. No team wanting to give up too much ground in this final best of 3. Don't want anybody to have an advantage. Going in. Wildcats want to try to hold on to this. They do not want to let this lead go. This puts them at game point. stop the push. Push back over to the blue side. We are officially down to 1 minute remaining. Wildcats is still in the lead. Looks like Lando and Metrops are having a little supersonic battle over there. Doing their best to not get rid of it. Trying to hold on to it as long as possible. 30 seconds remaining. Aftershock has to do something. Oh, there it is. I think that might have been Wildcats securing the first game at 20 minutes remaining with 2 points to their name. That might have been it. At least for the first game. That might have been the nail in the coffin for this game. I don't know if they'll be able to score 2 points, but they score 1. And if there's anything I know, is that it ain't over till it's over. They do still have to score another point within 7 seconds to see if they can. Wildcats should be in full defense mode. They just need to survive it. Beautifully done. Wildcats secure the first game. And we move on to game number 2 with match point. We are officially in to game number 2 of this final best of 3. Wildcats are on game point with 1-0. If they can win this game, they win the whole thing. If not, we go to a game 3. And there's Aftershock with the thing. Aftershock have now secured the first point of this second game, which means Wildcats will need at least 1 to get through it. Getting some good hits back and forth as they keep it moving. Trying to get the ball into a good position to score, and then also deny it to get into a score. And there it is. Aftershock gets another point. They refuse to go quietly into the night in front of the Wildcats. They just refuse. I think, historically, so far in these games between these two teams, it seems Aftershock tends to start doing better when they are on the back foot. They make it go to a game 3, and then they normally win the game 3. Except for the very first time. What a rocket across the sky that was. Wildcats trying to secure a goal. Trying to get it over there. They need something to keep this going. They do not want this to go on longer than it has to. Beautiful. Beautiful goal. Beautiful goal from the Wildcats. That's exactly what they needed to start moving it toward that direction. So they're just gonna they need to just keep the momentum. get the ball in the net again a second time, just like that. It is now 2-2 in the second game. These teams are so incredibly matched right now. Neither team wants to give up. Neither team wants to surrender. And neither team is going quietly. They do not want to leave this up to chance. They do not want to leave this up to happenstance. They will fight for this with whatever they have left. Ball's going back and forth. On goal, but is immediately stopped. Was right on top. Did not want to let that even get close to the goal. A little bit too high, but the layup is there. Everybody ran out of the goal. Nobody's there. And Aftershock takes another one. That is Aftershock. After that first hit, everybody on Wildcats thought it was okay to leave the goal. And Cash just laid it up for himself. Wildcats now need to get a return point if they want to keep hope alive. Beautiful block, but it did hit the rim. They're still going strong at it. Wildcats trying to get the ball into a good position again. They need to get that return point back. Well, that's a crazy shot across town. Holding on to it as much as possible. Sends it over. Metrops misses it. Lando is staying on that ball. Like it owes it money. Keep it going. Cash is looking for the layup. Does not find it. Gets sent back over to territory. Kizzy is currently working forward with it. Some good wall bounces, trying to keep it alive. Metrops on the side as well. Trying to look for an opening to get it in. Gets sent all the way across town again. It's in the blue side, trying to send it back. Wildcats need to get this point. Man, you ever watch a game like this and you really just don't know who's gonna win? Like, you feel like flipping a coin might be more accurate just because you don't know? That's exactly how this game feels. It really feels like a 50-50 chance on who's winning this best of three. Who's taking home the prize. And there's another goal for Aftershock. They put another ball in another net, and they keep it moving forward, furthering their lead away from Wildcat. They want that final game. They want it to be done. They want to win this game, and they'll do whatever they can to do it. "30 seconds remain. Can the Wildcats get 2 scores? Can they pull 2 scores out to give overtime? Just to make Aftershock work for it more. Can they do it? Layup after layup after layup after setup. There's a goal! Wildcats comes back with another goal, making it 4-3 with 8 seconds left. Wildcats wants to make Aftershock sweat as long as possible. They have to fight till the end. They need the goal, but it doesn't. That is Aftershock with the win on that. And we go to game 3. This has been 6 games in the finals. And we're officially in to game number 3. The final game of this tournament. Winner takes home the belts, takes home the Steam Decks, and takes home the money for their school or team. It is anyone's game at this point as they keep it pushing forward. It's on orange side. Trying to get it away. Aftershock needs to keep pushing it forward. And there's a goal. Metrops with a beautiful goal from half court. Gives them 1 point toward the win. Wildcats now needs to answer with a goal of their own. This game is just hit after play after play. Somebody do something. If I thought my voice was going to be trash before, it's definitely trash now. They keep fighting. They keep persevering. Wildcats needs a goal to keep it even. But Aftershock doesn't want them to. They move it into their base, trying to get the ball closer to the net, trying to get a layup, but the layup isn't there. The blow-up stops the extra layup. They can't get in. The knockup is good. Wildcats still trying to get that point. They still need it in order to keep the game even. And they also need to deny the second point. Both teams have put so much work into this tournament. Both of them want this. But only one can have it. Beautiful on hit. Is there a layup? No. Yes. No. A successful diversion. As Wildcats brings it to the other side of the arena. They need to get this ball in the goal. They have less than half the timer to do it. I don't know why this game makes me think of Country Road. It's very interesting. Going for another skull on the orange. Hits the... Oh no! It's in! It didn't hit the top. Aftershock gets a second goal! This is just a repeat of last game. This is a repeat of last match. They have to get in there. Wildcat needs to get a point. Aftershock has a cinch on it at the moment. They have to get it in. Good layup. Was denied, but solid layup. Beautiful hit. Good hit on goal. Good block in front of goal. Woo! Just the back and forth of this game. The back and forth of what's happening. Each member working it. And Lando scores a goal! That's one. That is one for the Wildcats. Hello everybody, just wanted to let you know for posterity's sake, apparently at the last minute of the stream, right before the game ended, the stream decided it didn't want to stream anymore after almost 8 hours of not having a problem. We wanted to put this at the end to let you know that Aftershock did actually win the game. They won the whole thing. Their prize is a Steam Deck for each player. They get the Fiber Cup belts that they get to take either home with them or to their school, and there is a donation made as well. I believe second place gets $100 gift cards, and third place gets $50 gift cards for that. Other than the stream dying at the last minute, we had an absolute blast. We are glad everybody was able to join us for it, for Fiber Cup number 3. As always, there's plenty of kinks to get out, some technical issues we got to resolve, but if you liked it as much as we did, share it, or even better yet, come on down to SMC and be there for it as well. There's plenty of extra stuff going on besides just the stream. You might enjoy it. Until next time, I'm Elijah. I've been the Stream Master, and we look forward to seeing you on Fiber Cup 4. Thank you, everybody.